Ding ding. I would swear under oath that Coors is a pickle jar member and just regurgitates the daily write up to his viewers. Oh, I probably guarantee it. Ooh, we popped above 25. Interesting. A little bit of resistance at 32. WTAF is this on time stream? Wait, what? What the actual fuck? What do you want me to be late? I can leave. You sound sick already? I am. I'm gonna be leave. Core? How dare you? It's gonna be hard to break 57.50. I feel like much more zero DTE positioning has come in to push that potential momentum. Possibly, yeah. Well, VIX is coming down pretty hard, but NQ is already getting rejected. What's the impact on the market if Trump wins? What's the impact if Harris wins? Also, which candidate can make EPAM rise from the ashes? Didn't you make millions of dollars off of EPAM? I thought you got your Land Rover already. Okay, Greek, I'm sick too. We shouldn't have been making out the other night. Probably not. But it'll be okay, me too. As long as your wife doesn't find out again. Quick, go kiss her so she gets sick too. What's the impact on the market if Trump wins and if Harris wins? I mean, I don't think anyone actually knows. Uh, it affects too many things, but I would say that the Harris win would probably be less impactful from a volatility standpoint because it wouldn't mean much of a change in the current economic policy. Uh, a Trump win would probably require a fairly significant amount of repositioning. She's in the shower. Are you crazy? Be spontaneous. I'm pretty sure ISM is at 10 a.m. EDT. You may need to update UTC 5. Oh, shit. I might need to. Yep. I forgot to do my yearly time update on my economic calendar. You are correct. ISM is at 10 a.m. Yeah, 50 still looks like resistance. Interesting. Crude's still marching up. Dollar's still falling. Bitcoin going to 73. Didn't you say that last time and then it dumped? You just say that every week until you're right. Have you read about the ADM situation? If so, what are your thoughts? No, I don't think I have. Oh, never mind. I know what you're talking about. Sorry, I'm tired. I was thinking AMD. Last I heard, they were still having some questionable accounting issues. And not finalizing their financial statements. Was there any information this morning? I know they were supposed to have earnings last night, but I'm guessing they didn't. When I cast my vote for Gork for president, what name do I write down? It's Gherkin it. Full first name. Wilberforce von Gherkin. Vig volume. An upstart about to break out. Possibly, yeah. It was finding a bottom over the last few days. Could get bullish going into the Fed decision. I know Fed fund futures are still pricing in like a plus 80% chance of a cut Thursday. If you say Gamma Strike public, we'll get to know your name because of the filings. We'll see. I'm just gonna put popcorn on everything. I wrote Gherkin off. Oh, awkward. No, it's not gonna work. We're just gonna throw the ballot out. I said Wilberforce. First name's Wilberforce. No, please. He already had a business under his name. I'll take payment in chocolate chip cookies. Ooh, that's a cheap scapegoat. We could talk. We could talk. Could you make a little more room on SPX? Hmm, I could. Do I want to? All right. Seems unnecessary. When you hired Carl for Gamma Strike, did he agree to pay you, or are you actually paying him? Me, him, and Mrs. Carl have a arrangement. What are your thoughts on election betting sites? I don't really have any. It seems like just as valid of a thing to bet on as the cumulative market cap of the 500 largest companies in America. Are you excited that Sherwin is joining the Dow? Only if it makes me more money. Is Gamma Max on Reddit still moving away from spot? I can look. IV is still coming down. Yeah, but not in a way that is bullish. Gamma Max is also still at 84. So the run on Reddit is really similar to what happened with GME. Like the Vega and the far out of the money vol short baskets got blown up, and the chain ran the entirety of its length, right? And so new strikes were opened further out, which are now being sold. And so the short vol from hold on, the short vol from the prior high is now being sold further out on the chain, and so you have two gamma maxes. Price is like right here right now, but as more of this gamma moves out here, the slope of the gamma, the move to positive gamma to the downside of spot will continue to erode, and so price will likely be dragged down. Now, I will warn that as price moves through this range, which is like 105 down to 85, it can bounce back really fast, which as an effect we also saw on GME. It's kind of like a dead cat bounce. But yeah, the options chain is currently bifurcated because the new strikes opened up further out. But I think over time, or given enough time, it will fail. And I think a return to 100 isn't out of the question at all. Getting back down to Gamma Max down at like 80, 84 or whatever it's at now. That's going to probably take more time. Did you enter Reddit? What do you mean? Am I sure? I'm short. Yeah. Sold some bear spreads. Nice. Yeah, I might sell some bear spreads if it tests like 15 again. 15 or 20. But I don't want to sell them here. It's too choppy. Like between 10 and 15 is really, really choppy. And volatility is not going to fall off smoothly, I don't think. See, Jen, we didn't need more room to the upside on SPX. Can you let us test 56.96 again? If we start failing here, we might. There's a lot of bot puts down at 57.10. We have bot puts at 40.35. The 45 strike's kind of bullish, but more puts are coming in at 50. To the downside of 35 is sold puts all the way down to 15, but also sold calls that carried over from yesterday. So not super supportive at those levels, but a little bit. I'm once again asking for more room to the upside. You see an entry opportunity on SREF in the near future, currently 1750. Where was my last buy-in on that? I think I bought in at I bought in a little bit at 17 the last time it tested. 1690 was the last time I bought in. So it seems valid. I think around like 1670 or so, there's pretty good support. It should be trading below NAV. I can check though. It's trading at like a 10% discount to NAV. NAV right now is 1927, so doesn't seem too bad. Oh no, we tested 45. Lame. Well, there you go, Nick. I might short Reddit if we test 115. Cash accounts, so I can't sell spreads. Yeah, fair. Do you have to buy SRF through a special broker? No. I think you can just buy it in like Fidelity. Mm, NQ might have a little bit more left in it. It doesn't look like it's weakened substantially. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, NQ's still pushing up a little bit. Yeah, ISM in 6 minutes. Is Fubo okay? No, Fubo Vol is getting shorted hard as fuck. Good news, drip is no longer illegal in Belgium. Wait, drip was illegal in Belgium? Was this an election stream? No. You see the line on the one thing and stuff? I do. What's up with NVIDIA looking for immunity in the Supreme Court? No idea, but I'm sure they'll give it to them. Maybe for repeatedly violating the conditions set forth by the U.S. Department of Commerce. But yeah, who knows? Does that mean Fubo CC are okay? You haven't sold them already? Me and Atomic have probably crushed the premiums. Let's do association with SMCI. I drew in Guybrush. The ballot machine will know, right? Probably. That's how I lost all my divvy money on zero DTs, remember? Because of a lack of access to drip? Huh. Yeah, that's why. We've officially moved beyond 5750. We have. The only big resistance here, DN. Between here and DN is ES 5797. There's some resistance at like around 70. 250 ish. Maybe I need to do this. Oh, that works a little better. 6750 ish. Yeah, NQ pushed all the way up and tested 2300. God damn it, Gherkin. These stream cards are too fucking good. The Lou's been doing some work. You are a Melania. All right. ISM PMI is 56. Business activity 57.2. So beat on services PMI. Services employment up a lot. Services new orders down a little bit. Services prices down a little, but not much. I guess in line with the consensus, or pretty close to it. Should be moderately bullish, I think. Definitely good for NQ. It's like someone new. We're gonna get the 10-year at 4.4 today. That'd be cool. Just need a little bounce from the dollar here. What was your question on Netflix? Yields mooning? Yeah. Things start to get squeezy if we move a little higher. Hmm. We could, potentially. Or at least like 75. Hmm. Let's see. If we're gonna fall back into the bot pits, then this is probably the last price level where that would happen. Otherwise, next resistance to the upside is 75. Still quite a lot of bot puts at 50. Well, mostly at 50. There's a little bit at 55, 60, but not as much. Sold puts at 45. Bot puts kind of all the way down to 30. I think I'll look here. Confirm a breakout at like 62. Gamma's already positive. NQ fell back to just under 2,300. Dollars down 17 points. US 10-year back to 4.35. Might get some profit taking. Most of the in the money call positions 50, 45, 40, 35. No out of the money sold or in the money sold puts. Not really. A couple at 80, but very little. Gamma pushes down. Yeah, Gamma falls off at 55 and slides negative until a test of 35. Gonna keep an eye on NQ though. If NQ doesn't fail, SPX won't either. It's a very boring ticker to watch. Netflix? Yeah. I mean, you can build some stuff in Python for backtesting. Um, it's easier than just paper. I mean, ideally, if you can get it set up, it's easier than paper trading a strategy, right? Because you can backtest it and fit parameters and stuff, and it makes things a lot simpler. But building a thorough backtester is quite a lot of work. Rate cuts as ISM services soars to 27-month highs. I mean, probably. I mean, interest rates aren't going to keep going up, though. Tasty has a good backtesting tool. Yeah, it's not bad. Just ask Nuke to build you one. Nuke's a bit of a degenerate. I don't know how much he would love the idea of backtesting things. The return of the caramel apple empanada is exactly what this economy needed. Let's not throw stones. Well, what else am I gonna do with this glass house? You love my degeneracy. Glass houses are for exhibitionism, and casting stones. Live data might explode, but it's for a good cause. Is it? All right. Can we start a new stream and call it Degens Anonymous? We're gonna get all the riffraff in here if we do that. You know what it's for? I don't. Just ooh. Yep. Oh, nice. Money. Gurk, we are the riffraff? Oh. Shit. What have I done? What's the downside here? Potentially back to like 35, but I think there's a little bit of support at 50, probably. Although there's still a really big synth short there. Actually, it's mostly just puts now. Um, there's some sold puts down at 45. So bulls have a little bit of support there. They also have bot calls at like 45, 40. So yeah, maybe synth long at 40, 45. That might be supportive. It might not be because it's surrounded by bot puts, but that's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, that's what I'd think. Like back to here-ish, maybe. I mean, they could just get support here, which it looks like they're trying to do. The problem now is going to be profit taking from the bulls. Are we going to 6,000 today or not? No. Well, not probably during the trading session. DJT is just market makers robbing idiots at knife point. You found your tribe. That's what you've done. Wait, so you're saying that the Discord is a reflection of me? Oh man, I need to seek some counseling. Thoughts on PAX? Didn't they have earnings today? How did that go? Looks like they missed a tiny bit on EPS. Ooh, but revenue started to pick up a little. Looks good. Still gonna have problems as long as the dollar is fucking skyrocketing. NQ support? I don't know what the fucking, it's like 2050 or 2260 is the next support that would need to break down. A failure of this bounce is good for a continuation, provided we can push back to the low at like well where I drew the line. We'll see. I mean, the bounce on NQ is not very strong, at least not yet. Looks like it could continue to sell off. Ooh. Interesting. Carry leverage going up on a falling dollar? What the fuck? That's spicy. Two ten are getting weirdly close again. Good. Resistance there. Huh. Looks like some of the short puts at 50 are netting off. The divvy on packs didn't come down though, which I kind of expected. Really? I don't think they're going to lower their dividend again. Drip will be put to good use then. Nice. This could be drawn out. I don't know if I want to sit around and wait for it. Still a decent amount of demand for the 950 put. Or, sorry, 750 put. Correlations still pushing a bit. We kind of have support on ES 5780, but we haven't tested 5798 yet. What market makers expect to move to the upside was 767, roughly. They're still a bit short of that. More volume on NQ support. Let's see if 2300 acts as a resistance again. Eventually getting above 50-60, it could open up a test of DN. It could. Yeah, there are still calls to squeeze, but we have to get a little bit higher. Like into the 70s, 80s. At least for the squeeze off those 0 DTE calls. Slightly higher high there. NQ still not breaking 2300. SPX is performing a little bit better though. Where's the gap? It's like up at 75, right? Hmm. When do we start counting votes? I don't know. Alaska's done at like 1 p.m., I think. I've started up 10%. Nice. Where did the fear and greed index move to fear? Who's scared for what? Doesn't it break down the components? Where's delta neutral on the SPX? 5787. No, not 1 p.m. Alaska time, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Didn't I put all the poll times in the fucking Pickles Picks last night? I thought I did. Yeah, I did. Oh no, Alaska's at 1 a.m. Eastern. California. Let's see, Indiana and Kentucky at 6 p.m. today. Then 7 p.m. What is that? I guess those are split. Indiana and Kentucky between 7 p.m., 6 p.m., and 7 p.m. Then Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Vermont, part of New Hampshire. So all of the polling should be done by 1 a.m. Just go to bed and look tomorrow. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, that was a pretty good rejection on NQ. Maybe we get a new low. Failed to push up out of the breakdown and distribution there. Although S&P did a slightly better job of pushing up. All right, back to where we were, attempting to pressure the long puts at 50. Maybe we get a failure this time. See if NQ gets the new low. The stream card. Eastern Standard Time. Looks like a lot of work for the higher high to only be an extra $3. Well, it failed, so I think that's what matters there. What's up, Ben? Haha, dork. What would confirm NQ down? Looking for a breakdown at 2260. 2260 might open up a retest of 2200. And if 2200 were to fail, it can sell off quite a bit. 2200 back to 2150, and then maybe even like 2100. But I mean, first I'd be looking to 20, like a breakdown here to 2200, which is should be a fairly important support. I hope the women of Kentucky band together and say, "You're not sticking another bun in my oven, Cletus." We went over this yesterday, McLovin. 750. It's the next major support. I'm hedging my vote with some Robinhood election event contracts. Nice. Classy. Who's gonna want to buy our ship all tenure when it's melted down for 3 weeks straight? The banks that are forced to purchase it. Sometimes it sucks to be a prime dealer. Wait, we can say shitball? We just did. New lower low. Just try to learn more on Netflix. 4 hour, is that a bull flag you think will fail and break down eventually? No, it's not a bull flag. Does election result matter for this ticker? I'd guess not. Probably not. It is a consolidating wedge, and it has tested the top of it. Also, the short signal for Netflix is at 747.50. So you can just wait till it gets to that price and then short it, because I'm sure you read what I wrote. There's a 10-year higher now than when banks were failing, because the Fed cut and currency spreads are tighter, which means actual financial conditions are tightening, unlike what the Fed does, which is jerk off financial pundits. But shorting at a higher number means more profits, Gurgle. uh, fuck me. Yeah, if 800 is lost, the next major support on Lily is 750. I kind of want to close my IWM calls. Not even up that much. $3 in the money. Maybe I just hold them. Through the election? Dangerous. Possibly stupid. Ooh, Netflix is up on being investigated for tax fraud. Nice. Why didn't someone tell me there was crime? I would have bought calls. Thanks, Ark. I appreciate it. If you're not doing tax fraud, are you even trying? Probably not. And who said creative accounting doesn't pay? I read it. I appreciate the bonus sass. Sorry for asking. It's okay. But wait, did you read it and then shorted at spot anyway? Because you're like, I'm too cool to wait for a breakdown of 747.50. I've known you a long time, Subway Cup. Artist formerly known as Subway Cup. I've seen your particular brand of degeneracy play out several times. Hey, Gherk, win election now until later. What's up, Derek? I think they're thinking about it like this. I can short it right now, and the contract will break even by the time we get to Gherk's buy signal. hate that. I didn't get my chicken quesadilla stipend yesterday. I'm hungry, boss. Hold on. I'll Venmo you $4. I already sent him $4. I'll just keep the difference, NW. There you go, dork. You actually did it. I don't want you to go hungry. It's going to affect your productivity. Send him the cookbook. Bob wants me to get you this for Christmas. Jesus, we're gonna give our accountant a fucking aneurysm. Why? It's a personal Venmo. It has nothing to do with business funds. I'll just give Carl the receipt. You know, Dork used the $4 to buy a 5200 zero DTE. Is this gonna keep pumping? That's a distinct possibility. NQ's testing 2300 again. Left a little gap at 63. Is bleeding off anywhere yet? Not really. Probably trade up here for like another 20, 30 minutes. A little bit stretched. We're just above the EMA 30 on SPX. Huh. This is I think 67 here is the top of the expected move from the MM, and that's our 57.98 test on ES. Triple top on the 5 minute. Oh, what do you got, Nuke? Dual mandate, same like cuckold. I can't wait for JPAD to cut rates on Thursday and then yields to go up again. Should they cut? No, absolutely not. Services prices didn't fall. Well, not really, not substantially. And fucking services is expanding. Labor's still relatively strong. You think Dixie goes up again with another rate cut? Yeah, because the bond market doesn't believe the Fed's going to be able to do what they say they're doing. And the Fed doubling down on the thing that the bond market doesn't believe is going to be successful is not going to encourage the bond market. It's not like the bond market's going to be like, oh, okay, since you guys are going to cut even more, our opinion has changed. Yep. Todd's really fucking breaking his back today. Plenty of sellers at 300 on NQ. Yeah, I just worry that they'll weaken if we keep testing it. SPX left another upside gap. The firm's looking good on the 45 breakout. What's your target range for a firm? Um, it's got room up to like 50, technically. There's a little bit of resistance at 47.50 and then 50 after that. Ooh, continuation. Like this contract should be more liquid. So this thing's looking stronger than NQ is slightly surprising. Breadth is performing really well today. Also, oil's up. And oil market cap weighting is starting to improve. This is a very slow breakdown. You still think 45 is possible? Yeah, it is. Bulls are just buying every dip, which makes it difficult. But they're a little bit at risk of getting burned here. We still need to fail like 52 to get like a leg down. Like those 50 long puts would have to go in the money, which we're still kind of far away from. And here they're acting more as a support than they are anything else. 22.57. Oh, there we go. More volume to the downside. Kind of getting close to just taking my 20%. This is where it matters. This test. Mm. I know my pet's grade. Hmm. 230. So bounce back, retest the trend. Lower high would be sick. Correlation's starting to turn around a little bit. Not much yet, but a little. Ooh, look at that. Stop loss hunt. Holy fuck. Liquidity needed. Yeah. Is NQ cooperating? It's a little bit weaker than SPX. It's breadth that hasn't really given up yet. Tech's doing like okay, but it's kind of failing a little faster than everything else. Where did the pump come from this morning? Everywhere? Volume's still shit on this bounce. Gap at 56. Just getting more short calls again. Yes, head and shoulders. Working on it. Going for the gold. What was that? 65.13 through 28. Oil futures extend gains. U.S. crude up by $1 a barrel. Yep. Apparently, these last 3 months have been the best SPX months on record. I believe it. Prior to October. October wasn't so great. So we filled the upside gap. And we got a lower high on the breakout on the backside of the distribution. So maybe now we get our failure at 52, finally. Why does the pickle jar always get bullish on these? They're usually not. I mean, there's the rare occasion where, like, distributive price action breaks out here, but it's pretty rare. I mean, this is weakness. Right, lower lows, lower highs. What are you shorting, CL? Ooh, I'm not shorting oil. I like money. I just buy oil at 70. You know the rules. Bulls do ridiculous shit. They do. You're not wrong. Only I short oil above 70 in here. August to October peak to trough is 15%. Actually nuts. Yeah. It's pretty fucking stupid. Bulls just couldn't help themselves with the fake out down, then continued pumps. It's not a fake out. It's an attempt to save the support. Right now, it feels like the entire country is waiting for an STD test. Well, we know we've got something. We're just waiting to find out what it is. STD slot machine, call my name. Could that be a Head and Shoulders on SPX? Almost. It's a little sloppy, but sure. If Trump wins, will he need to get rid of DJT? I mean, even if he doesn't, I'm sure he'll just liquidate his holdings on the pump. Poopy, the clap and gonorrhea are the same thing. Starting to wonder why I bought these puts. For the price to go down. I thought the clap is what you do to Carl's wife's cheeks. Huh. Interesting. No, it's not. Yes, they are. What do you mean? Bro, hold on. Aren't both candidates bullish for IWM in the short term? No. That was so bright. Ow. I can't help it. They don't have a dark mode on their website. The reason I said those two is because they're the same thing. Uh-huh. Why do people think the Fed will change its policy after the election? Because if Trump gets elected, he's gonna fucking get rid of JPOW. I have a feeling no matter who wins, things are going to get worse for the average person and better for the rich people. Same like usual. God, I hope so. I mean, no. Things. What? Subscribe and unfollow it. And more pumpies. Cool, cool, cool. We've been trading flat for like 15 minutes. Relax. Not everyone has two ice cream freezers. Full ice cream freezers. That's what's important. MSTR has a tummy ache. That's because it's full of nothing. Full of what? Ice cream novelties. I don't even eat them. I just like owning them. It's the best vanilla ice cream you can buy on the East Coast. I don't know, some like hand churned bullshit from some hipster place, probably. DIA. What are those things that are not full or filled? I know you are. Are you hoarding ice cream? No. That'd be silly. Is Cookie Monster bars that are from Costco or something else? They're pretty good. Does your family think it's hilarious? What? All my ice creams? No. Hold on. Oh, dear Lord. Hopefully Gherkin didn't die from sneezing. Not yet. Are you gonna buy another on the way down to DCA the zero DTA? Maybe. If we break 52, I might. This is testing the same high, which I don't like. It's taking too long. Still a little lower high there, huh? How long can they keep it up here? I don't know. They're really working at it, though. They do not want the price to fall into those bot puts, or they're trying to shake the bot puts off. I don't know if that's very effective. But there is resistance. 70. Yeah, still a lot of bot puts at 50. Loss of 43 would be extraordinarily bearish. $63 is a little supportive. Mm. Elliot, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Oh, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Appreciate it, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold.
Are they selling a metric fuck ton of puts every second? Yeah, to a degree. They're trying to build up enough support to pump this out to like 85. But there's a ton of resistance. And there's still a lot of bot puts at 50. Most of this is all sold calls. So the other thing bullish is if they pair back, which they are a little bit. Then the sold call wall is like 80, 85, 90. Bot puts at 80 also. Still just shy of the prior high. Prior high is at 72.52. Still way short of the gap fill. A little bit more volume on ES on this push up. Or NQ rather. ES is still struggling with resistance too. I don't know, there's shockingly not a lot of support. We're just not falling back, and so the short puts are closing, which keeps lifting the price back up. Or short calls. There's not that many short calls left. And there are some bot puts at 70, which are kind of pulling the price up a bit. Or well, actually, there's bot puts at 70, 75, 85, 90. Bot calls at 75. What's holding this all up? Or just a lack of long puts? There's actually more long puts than there are short puts near spot. They're not selling very many puts, actually. We just kind of popped up above like the smaller of the two sold call walls. And as we keep chopping here, more and more of the sold calls are closing. And that keeps bouncing the price back up. So at both tests of 50, sold calls closed. Here and here. And then we pressured off a bit more of the 65s right here. But sold calls are building above us at 80, 85, 90. So it's kind of like the sold calls are rolling out and up. And then there's bot puts at 50, which they've managed to keep from going in the money so far. And bot calls at 75. Those are the two long positions. The bot puts are a bit bigger. There's actually bot puts and calls, and they're about equal at 50. There's bot calls at 57.75. So gamma still falls off to the downside, but it'll still be kind of hard to lose 65. If we lose 65, it starts to fall off a lot faster. And then at 50, it kind of flattens out. And then it doesn't really fall off any more than that below 50. But depending on the amount of momentum, we could break 50, push slightly lower, maybe like 40. Well, not 45 anymore, more like 40 now. Poop Lord, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out into the country club after the stream. So there's still a chance that we tap 75 here. If we lose 63-ish, we could retest like 52. I would watch futures for a breakout though. Gappy, a little illiquid. Yeah, support's at like 65, 64. So that's the first thing we need to lose. Hmm. Okay. Maybe we fail that by like 11:45. What are you guys starting to get the results on your election tonight? I think like starting at 6 p.m. So after futures open for electronic trading. How was it trading the last election? It's fucking crazy. the 10 years. I mean, the 10 years at like 4.36 right now, but it's a bit higher earlier. There's also a 10-year auction at 2 o'clock, which will be interesting. Guilds up, SPX up. That's the way it's been since October of last year. Yep, that's 11:45. We're gonna dump. We need 5 more minutes. Makes you think it jumps here. Well, there's not much to the upside. The path down is a little bit of an easier move than the path up. And there's still a bunch of puts at 50. Futures is failing to break resistance. Well, at least hold a breakout above resistance. Got a little tiny head and shoulders there. Hmm. Interesting. Another test at 70. It's 20. What the fuck put are they shorting? 5801, 5801.25. Huh. We gonna reject here? I hope so. This is boring. Do we need VIX to move higher for any kind of downside? VIX isn't gonna go a lot higher unless we move under like under 50. It might move back up to like 2050 or so, but it's probably not going to go back to like 21 or anything like that unless we fail really, really, really hard, which would require quite a lot of profit taking. I've heard a lot of active traders say they're sitting this week out. I don't mind trading the intraday, but I definitely don't want to trade anything overnight, except like straddles. Speaking of straddles, I think I'm going to close my calls here. Just so I can guarantee $15 more upside. Are condors profitable for pours? If you're smart about where you sell them, they can be. Thanks, Gherk. We really appreciate your sacrifice. If I don't sell my calls before the secret top, what am I doing with my life? Why would you sell calls here when they left a gap? I put a stop on them, Cobra. I'm not retarded. Getting more like synth long at 75. Dow's pulling back a little bit. Dollar's falling. Mm. Taking a very long time. Resistance on NQ at 2350. A little bit. ES is just above resistance, but only like a few ticks. Still short of the prior high. The prior high for ES was 5803.75. I think the current high is 5802.75, so about a buck short. Tech's still pushing a little. This is where we want to reject is still being consolidation on the longer time frames. Yeah. Yeah, too much of a push above this and we're breaking out. Breakout above this? If we don't fail this, yeah. Any move like a dollar higher on ES is a break of the prior high, and yeah, that would be a breakout. Hmm. I don't see a hard failure coming. You might not be wrong. There's not a lot of support though. Like the range we're trading in is still really like 57.50 to 75, and to the downside of 65, there's little to no support, which means all the support is kind of crowded in at the money in order to try to push a breakout, which hasn't succeeded yet. And that means if we do fail the breakout, which we haven't yet, not fully, but if we do fail the breakout, then that positioning will get squeezed off a little, or the bot calls will take profit, and then this can collapse back to 50. I mean, it's not a huge breakdown. And then we would have to see what happens at, at 50, 52. Although bears haven't been too shy about leveraging up these breakdowns over the last few days because vol favors them. So um, there's still a synthetic short at 57.50. The only reason I'm shorting this is because we have like major resistance on ES right here. And it's not like event vol is going to get better into the end of the day. Undetermined for months while Hicks recount ballots and outcome. That's a possibility. It seems supportive, but a nice drop would be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't expect a drop to last very long or to go very deep, but I mean that could change as we drop. But for now, I mean, without a break of 65, this shit's not going anywhere. It's just pinned. Short calls to the upside, bot calls to the upside. They're just trying to leverage out the short calls. Just slightly unsuccessfully so far. They have gotten some of them shaken off, like the sold 60s and 65s a bit, but the sold 70s and then the sold 80, 85, 90s are a lot bigger positions. Given the potential volatility around election results and FOMC, does it make sense that they'd want to take profits and money off the table to see outcomes? Yeah, it's a possibility. Overnight risk is huge right now, so. But I don't think most of the people on SPX care about that too much. Everything cash settles at 4 o'clock, right? I can't wait till tomorrow and this is all over. Well, hopefully it's over tomorrow. I definitely don't want to deal with like weeks of it. It's boring. Hmm. Hmm. If we cleanly break through ES resistance, how high could we go? 5,800, 5,810. Maybe probably more like 5,800, 5,795. Ball's going up a little bit. Let's see. So under 70, gamma drops by about 8 billion, 10 billion. And then from 65 to 50, it drops another 10. I feel like there's a lot of gamma on this. Ooh. Oh, did I get fucking stopped? Son of a bitch. Yeah, still one tick short of testing the prior high. What's up, Nuke? Refresh your live data chart. Oh, fuck. Nuke, this is the most bullish thing I've ever seen. Why did you buy back in? Well, I didn't get stopped out of everything. I just got stopped out of some of it. Also, we haven't broken out yet. So I just got wicked out of the contracts. Which is bullshit, but 10-year and 45 minutes. Yep. There's a 75 test. So, yeah, get squeezy above this. That was a little squeezy, actually. Is that the gap? That's the gap test. That's a higher high, too. Gap opened 57, 71, 14, 57, 76, 91. which is what we're at here also. Call positioning building to the upside. Are those short? I haven't closed out the call leg of my straddle. I put a trail stop and we haven't dropped more than like 5 bips. Ooh, bearish things. Hmm. What does it mean, Basil? What can this squeeze up to? Like 85 to 95? Sold call walls at 80, 80, 85, 90. Like the biggest part of it is. But bought calls are here at spot. 1 second. Is a rug pull still possible? Yeah. I mean, it still has to go below 65, so I wouldn't try to confirm it here. Maybe ES could give like an earlier signal on a failure of 77.98. But I think those are roughly at the same price. They're extending voting hours in PA because of software issues. Make sure you have enough data. My straddle's for next week for the election. so it should be good. My overnight straddle is going to get stopped out if we drop another dollar. Well, the call side of it is. MSTR by right? Yeah. Have you been stopped out of the pits yet? No. No, MSTZ? What the fuck is that? Oh, is that like the like the shitty leveraged one? Still don't think we're getting enough call sellers. Gamma's pushing up at the 85 strike. There's still bot puts at 80. Not many. Bot puts at 70. 60. $0.50 long on the 0 GTE, but there's bot puts for Friday still. Someone's selling some puts at 80. A few. If we move above 78 here, I think we can squeeze up to 85. Should buy like an out of the money call. Could. $5 for the 85 call. What's NQ doing? VWAP's not fucking moving up at all. Volume. There's just no volume on this move. $10x short long tactical soybean ETF. What are your thoughts on tasty trades? What are you using now? They're pretty good. I've not had a lot of terrible experiences with them, but I mean, they have issues too. I'm not convinced on upside. Me either. That's why I'm overholding puts. We're gonna need quite the rug to get this shit moving the other way. Remember when we tested 65? This bounce? It's because all we've done is consolidate after that. Like, it's not, I mean, it's still not bullish. They did get another leg up, which was more bullish. But in relative to that, we've only moved up like a few bips. So bulls protecting support is generally not a bullish sign, right? They're just trying really, really hard not to lose the only support they have anywhere near spot. Although consolidation after that does mean it's going to take a lot fucking longer to break down. Frustrating? I mean, not really. I don't care. I mean, usually the most bullish outcome of them trying to save like distribution like that, because so in the back end of this, at least in the options data, right, the support is pulled, right? So all of this support has been taking profit. And so then they're buying back in higher, but there's fewer buyers. And so, generally speaking, the most bullish thing that comes out of it is like very grindy upward consolidation, which usually fails eventually. Um, it's extraordinarily rare for like price action to distribute out like that and then actually like rip with volume. That usually only happens if you're like moving into like positive gamma or something. Then you can get something like that. But otherwise, generally speaking, like the bulls just wear themselves out and it just distributes out faster the next time around. Which is the only reason I've stayed short. Because there really isn't any support besides what they have at spot. So it's like there's 75 calls and then a little bit of well, actually most of the support at 65 is already trimmed back. So we have flat flat positioning to the downside and then gamma falls off, let's see, from spot to 70, like 2 billion. From 70 to 65 it falls off 11.5 billion. That's a lot of momentum. So yeah, it could be wrong, but the options on the outer bound there is where they're selling, so they're cheap. Which means if they do print, they like 2x or 3x, which is quite nice. GVN earnings today? Yeah. I don't expect anything particularly interesting there, though. What do you think they would like the price to hold here until the news overnight? Why? This isn't even like a particularly advantageous position for bulls. If anything, they would want 5,800, far more than they want 5,775, or they want to hold 750 into close. But they haven't built up any support here. And if you've been doing this for like the last 6 months, when their volume falls off and they have to start selling puts at the money to continue to hold the position, it usually just fails. Sometimes it just takes a really long time. So this loses support just under spot, loses support at 65. The downside move is likely to be strong and quick. Well, a lot of gamma falls off from 70 to 65, and that can drive a lot of momentum. I mean, it depends on a lot of things. Like they can sell a lot of puts into that and try to prop it back up, which happens sometimes. So then you get like a wick down, and then like a really fast wick down, and then it pops back up. Depends on how aggressive they are with the put selling. God motherfucking damn it! Really? Oh, I'm just gonna wait now. Is that on the 5 minute? Fifty-eight oh eight, 5809. Next stop would be 5820 to the upside. Okay, we're getting some sold calls on these tests. So a few bears coming in. It looks like 90, 85. Not much being sold at 80 though. Where things broke out a little. NQ. Still gappy. So one another call so it'll go down. You're welcome. Thank you. $60 support. Yeah, NQ and ES are holding out just above resistance. Still. About 24 minutes till the auction. Is the auction likely to be bullish? It depends. Um, Yields higher helps the dollar, which helps tech. So a tail, a tail, depending on the size of the tail, a tail could be bullish. But I think the more important thing is going to be the bid to cover. What size is it? I should look before it happens. Will put premiums come down after the election? Possibly, yeah. We might see a lot of vol fall off. Mm-hmm. 10 years, 42 billion. So it's not huge. What happened on Devian? I don't think anything. They have earnings. Bouncing a little bit. They have earnings tonight. Oil's pumping hard as fuck today. Continuing to pump, I should say. Ever since we got that gap up back above 70, it's been just rocketing. I'm over oil. Fair. 42 billion is not small, but it's not very big. Ugh. So let's say Moderna. It hit a 4-year low today. That should tell you everything you need to know. Moderna? What year is this? They have a lot of other stuff going on. Clearly not. They just hit a 4-year low. No, they don't. Is SPX bleeding off? No, it's bleeding sideways after going up. Ugh. Holy fuck, this is so boring. Grindy. Probably just won't move until the auction hits. Netflix still has a lot of positioning to the upside. That's why I said it needs a breakdown at 747 before things get bearish. PLTR short here. I don't know. They shit the bed on earnings. I kind of thought they would. I haven't looked at it today though. No, no, look, they're up. Why would you short that? Man, they fucking just barely made that EPS. I love their standardized EPS missed, but who gives a shit? Alright. No, I probably wouldn't short it. What was the other one? TDC? I think I was picking up some April 30 calls. I don't know much about them. Packaged software? Uh, their margins look nice. What's going on with cash flows? Cash flows aren't terrible. Not too much liability growth. Revenues are extraordinarily consistent. Doing anything with their costs? Not much. Looks like last quarter they trimmed back some of their operating costs a little bit. Maybe they had some layoffs or something. If that continues, I can see it helping their margins out a bit. But cash flows for 2024 are a little low so far. Maybe they pick up more into the back half of the year. Looks like their Q4 23 was pretty good. Q4 20, yeah. So maybe their payments are in the back half of the year or something. Yeah, maybe bullish into their like quarter 4 earnings. That's 2 quarters out. Are you gonna have enough theta? Back to pumpies. Maybe a lower high on NQ. It doesn't seem like it's gonna last. How many diamond tops can we get this year? We just broke down from one. No, 2025 leaps. I mean, just make sure it's past their quarter 4 earnings. It looks like they just reported Q2. So quarter 4 is going to be two more. I'd say the market doesn't like them very much. Probably because they're not getting their operating costs under control and their cash flows aren't really improving, which means it's a little bit of like a value trap. Like they're not expanding their market share, and that's hurting their multiples. They're still trading at like 40x earnings, which is kind of nuts given that they haven't really grown cash flows. Ooh, down one day and then flat ganged. Oh, we had some nice rejections. We're getting close to delta neutral. I haven't even formed a proper bear flag here yet. What do we have tomorrow? Fuck all for data. It's probably bullish. And then Thursday we have FOMC. But tomorrow's going to be unduly influenced by the election, probably. Huh. Looks like we'll most likely keep going up. Depends. I think it just depends on the auction. Like we've probably pumped up as far as we're gonna go prior to the auction. Maybe they get the 85 test, but there's like, I mean, what's that? $5 from spot. I think auction big tail. I think that would be bullish. In which case, maybe 5,800 by end of day. But I feel like liquidity for the auction is going to be kind of shitty. I don't think anyone wants to buy the 10-year the day ahead of the election. And if the bid to cover is really bad, even if there's a tail, it might not be very bullish. You figure this thing out yet, or what? Not at all. We haven't really moved, so I'm losing money on it, though. That's what matters. So it's at least confirming my biases really well. Auctions in 6 minutes. So if no one buys at auction, is that bad for SPX? Yeah, wouldn't be good. If the 10-year comes in under spot, that could be really bad for tech, which has rallied a lot today. So a rug pull on tech would hurt. Is it taxpayer? Someone should fire the person who scheduled this auction because no one made it very enticing on such a pivotal day. Do a BOGO deal or something. Ooh, I would like that. I need to start pumping some money into bonds. What am I going to buy? Hmm. Go buy the 20. Fed bought a quarter of the auction. Yeah, 10 billion in the 10-year note. 2 minutes. Fitch said China's deflation is becoming entrenched. Be a man, Gherk. Buy some HYG. Ew. You mean short junk? That's what you meant. That's what I heard. Q has another double top on the 5 minute. Yes, 10-year 4.35 before the auction. Damn, that's high. That's the price going into the auction, not the auction price or the auction yield. Netflix is crazy. Glad I waited. It's just really gappy and illiquid, but yeah. Bid to cover 2.58. Yield 3.47. So no tail. Bid to cover is a little worse. Hmm. No, I don't actually think that's that bullish. It wasn't a big change. Or wait. Yeah, it wasn't it was about, yeah, point 3. Netanyahu was fired finance defense minister Yoav Galan. Huh. Oh, yeah, there you go. Text response to that was not great. Oil's still trimming back its gains. Uh, market reacted bullish at least. It went up $2. The NQ is still lower. I don't know if it was a big enough miss for it to hit tech too hard, though. Oh, Russia's interfering in our election again. Who would have thought? Shocked Vladimir face. We holding those puts till zero? Maybe. Those who have been topping out for 3 hours. Yeah. Well, I mean, we've been at roughly the same price since noon. So, like an hour. It's kind of just grindy here. Fitch says China big fuck with deflation, but Hang Seng be poppin'. Hang Seng's not trading right now, Bob. It's closed. It was. Not when Fitch said that. No, different Bob. What was that? Uh, hold on one sec, I'll be right back. Are we actually failing 70? Not yet. Is that the extent of the failure? We'll have to see if NQ gets a continuation or not. There's still a bunch of support around here, so I mean, it's possible. An hour will bleed to erased in a minute. Yeah. Just bounced off support a little. Maybe tell the market we could go down for 100 bips and still be up for the day. No. I think they're still selling puts into the drops. little more weakness on NQ. Continuation here at 70 would be actually a little bearish. Yeah, positive gamma starts to fall off to the downside of 70. Still hits a median around 50. Test this thing, I wanted to ease into it. So I got 40, 57, 80 puts. Perfect. Ball's still kind of cranking up. Ugh. Support at 70. Yes, 57.98. Well, I mean, I don't know. If you have puts, you better hope it's not support. Every smaller office building I deliver to always feels empty. Entire floor is not being used. That's because they are empty. Future is still slipping a little. Vol still turning up. Ooh, nice little vol spike. I'm gonna sell off through like 68. But we're getting there. Do the other side of this color scheme? Do we get to see the other side? I don't know. This is the most boring breakdown ever. Speed it up. I can't. It's because of support. Do it. It'd be pretty cool. We're getting a little bit of a pullback in the call side positioning. So it's like some 50 calls taking profits here. And the 75 calls are breaking down. So the two bought bullish positions kind of shit in the bed. What could this pull back to? 50? I mean, that's what I'd like to see. There's not a lot of support here anymore. Like 70, like the 65 support moved up to 70. So there's not a lot of support at 65 anymore. Bot calls at 50 are starting to close. Bot calls at 75 have closed. So I think we're in a good spot for this to possibly continue down, which would be dope. NQ 2300's probably a little important, or as important as ES 5798. But we kind of lost 5798 a little bit already. So there might be some grindiness through this range, but I think if we can get to like 63, 60, maybe even 65, we could fall faster. Why are you such a bear? Uh, can't help it. Things suck. I think bulls are people with hope and happiness, dreams. I just want to watch the world burn. Who makes s'mores? Ideally on the same fire. Correction, you don't want to watch the world burn. You want to profit off the world burning and contribute a small to moderate amount of delta to see it happen. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. Oh, stopped out. Not bad. Hmm. Oh, a nice change from the usual bullshittery. Hmm. Hmm. I got some nice gains on the way down from 80. Nice. It may drop more. I mean, this is just minor support. I don't know if it'll actually turn into actual support. There's bot puts at 65. We kind of bounced off of that a little, but it can continue back down to like 50. Yeah, I got stopped out too. I was trying to move my oil contracts and I wasn't watching it. I probably would have gotten stopped out anyway, though. Seems like as good a place as any. Am I still at Carson entering the 24 hours of no laws starting at 8? Do I need to register it with the DMV on the 7th? Okay, there's no purge tonight because there's an election. Gene. Pulling off V's like this under DN, GN must be hard. This isn't a V. Yeah. So, I mean, you still have profit taking on drops, right? It's just under DNVN. It's very like unlikely to mean revert back to the prior high. It's more likely to fail and then continue lower. No purge? Why did I buy all these guns? Because your HOA in Texas required it? Oh man. I need to take some medicine or something. I'm starting to feel like really shitty. Get the good shit, not that phenylephrine nonsense. I have the good shit. That's what I just went and take. Pseudoephedrine. They all hopped up. Fentanyl? No, no. I don't usually LOL out loud, but I LOL'd out loud at the Texan HOA joke. But he doesn't have an HOA, so I guess it's just a requirement for keeping his license. I had to pull away for a couple of minutes, left my SPX 57P option open, but put a limit sell at 4. Barely hit before going back up. Phew, nice. What happened to GoEV and Fubo? We still not a cult. Definitely not a cult. Fubo's vol got shorted after earnings, but earnings were good. And then GoEV just got wrecked because it's a piece of shit that I told nobody to buy. Ephedrine's still illegal in the US. Sudafed it is. Ephedra? Ephedra is federally illegal. Right? No, just prescription only. What's it a prescription for? Asthma? That might make sense. No, not weight loss. How much money did Nuke make on this drop? I have no idea, but the real question is what's he going to make on second drops? It's controlled by the DEA. Hmm. We'll have to gap. Pack it up, boys. A little blood pressure, not the greatest drag, but it still has some uses. Interesting. No, we're not confusing ephedrine and adrenaline. I don't know, like 120-ish. How much of an overnight move do you expect? It could be extraordinarily outsized. I take Cialis. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. Nice. Oh, okay. Interesting. SVX, dump it. We gotta fill that gap. We're not gonna leave it, I don't think. Well, at least it's unlikely. Take toddle fill for high blood pressure. Huh. Straddle overnight longer dated calls. We're still in a semi-bearish range, albeit at the top of it. I mean, I'm gonna straddle overnight. I also have like a straddle for about a week out as well. Hmm. All right, so the MM. The MM want this. I guess the MM's fine with us closing right here. Although Delta hedge would be a little better down by like 55, 60. Poll for who voted today? Oh god, no. I don't want to do that. Not who, just voted or not voted. Hmm. It still feels too political. Hmm. How about I just don't want to know people's voting status at all. Should do a poll on whether you like polls. That's a good poll. Why is 70 resistance? Because all the 75 calls sold off. Saleswoman of the Year, Janet Yellen, selling anything shortly. She sold $42 billion worth of the 10-year, a quarter of which went to JPOW at 1 o'clock. That should be insider trading when the Fed buys treasuries. The Fed's back buying again. I'm not gonna miss out on three and a quarter or 4.25% on the 10-year. Any upside gamma above 75? A tiny bit. The gamma's fairly flat from 75 out to 80, but it's mostly sold calls. Seeing as volume's overtuned currently, if you want to pick up some Jan or Fed puts, how high delta would you go? Roughly 0.3? What, on like SPX? I probably wouldn't get very much delta at all. I'd probably just try to get more theta. Remember when you talked shit about me going long IWM last week, Poopy? I do. My puts printed? How? That morning was the low. That doesn't count. It doesn't count position you already had. No, that morning was the low. Friday morning was the low. What's 80% of your 401k? It's like you cream pied me. Gross. You're a sick fuck. Tens of dollars at least. As long as you're aware. 80% of my 401k is GoEV. What 401k is letting you buy GoEV? Bear call 7580. It's risky into end of day because it could get squeezed off. I assume you're thinking 0 DTE. It's really risky. Does it count as 80% if it was 80% what bought and now 2%? Why does anyone own GoEV? Or at least, why does anyone own any substantial amount of GoEV? I don't get it. They sold CSPs, but why didn't they close them? Because they lost money? Not as much. Also, it held like nice bounces back when the yields were like 25%. Do you hate 5,500 Ps for Feb 21st? Is that enough time? You want to go long the 5,500p for Feb 21st? Do you have like a plan to manage that? Because if we chop or bounce, that position is going to fuck you in the ass with VIX at 20. We opened it immediately moved above 25. I said that would be bullish. Yeah, calls? Alright. I can't argue that. That sounds like a solid plan. Sick Tyson reference. It's meta. Look at all that ball shorting. I like. I love how Microsoft is getting none of this pump. Yeah, that's because Microsoft's not in a great position. Wait, are you long Dow? Is that why you're complaining about Microsoft? It's getting some, but yeah, it's not in a good spot. Oh, thank God. Carvana is back up 3.8%. If it kept going down, the world might have ended. And going back to 80, looks like they're selling a fuck ton of puts and they're going to try to squeeze out the short calls, which would be probably higher than 80 if that happens. I went to the polls and voted against the candidate I hated more. That's the most American statement I've ever heard. Oh no, rejected. They need to short vol harder. They're not doing a good enough job. Who'd you vote for, Greg? I didn't. What? Yeah. We've been over this. I don't believe in voting. What's up, Cobra? Our forefathers would be disappointed in you? Good, fuck them. They were a bunch of slave owners. I don't care what their opinion is. I do my voting with the SPX. Thank you. This is bullish over 50. I said 25 was the first upside resistance. Why are you so bad at interpreting things, AJ? The vote doesn't matter in Massachusetts. There's no point. When all your states are decided by one vote, you'll be sorry. But then the person who actually gets to vote will just do whatever they want, right? That's how the system's designed. Laughs in electoral college. Yeah. DMs. What do you got? Hmm. curious. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what we should be seeing, I think. Although, not a really relevant drop. Hmm. Closing about right here. Well, I don't know. They sold a lot of vol and then they pulled a bunch of it back. So maybe they'll sell vol again. They could try to squeeze this up, technically. Although it would be difficult. I think the market maker is perfectly happy closing right here, though. Hmm. Are we more likely to pump before close? I don't know. MQ doesn't look very good, to be honest. It looks kind of shitty. Who the fuck do you have a Hurley shirt? I don't know. Someone gave it to me? Or I owned it before? I've never surfed. That's not true. I went surfing once. It was terrible. I'll never surf again. I should I should put it that way. Let's set it a nice round number, like 5750 or 5800. No. 5750 is the bipartisan option between 5700 and 5800. Well, that's bullshit, and you know it. Why did Atomic do this to Fubo? Because he wants to pay his electric bill with Fubo every month. Or his Fubo subscription. Looks like ups. I think bulls are trying to squeeze out the short calls. They may not succeed, but they're trying pretty hard. Inverse iron condor 3 DTE. Okay. I mean, the only problem I have with those is you need to be really confident that the market's going to move substantially one way or another. Otherwise, you tend to just get fucked on them. Because the drawdown is really rough. If the Amish swing the election, I'm gonna laugh. Who do the Amish vote for? I'm gonna guess Trump. I don't know. Daya. I'm gonna look up some history on Amish voting patterns. I'd imagine the Amish are conservative. Well, you'd think so, but we don't know. Apparently, the Republicans are trying to mobilize the Amish vote. Jesus, they do not vote in large numbers. And they are extraordinarily skewed towards Republicans. Like 99.89%. Yeah, they're definitely against abortion. Do you think other EV manufacturers are going to benefit from Elon supporting Trump? A lot of his customers have poopy in their pants now and might jump ship to another manufacturer. I mean, they might jump ship to another manufacturer because the shit Elon makes is hot garbage. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Teslas are pieces of shit. Uh huh. Only people who can afford to buy a home buy Teslas. Hmm. I get a Tesla bot so you can wash my dishes, but you're still gonna have to work the remote control. What's full on regarded? What are they protesting? Defense minister firing? Interesting. Was he like a popular guy? If I buy a Tesla with free charging, it pays for itself within 16 years. I don't think it's quite that bad. Let's use a US proxy. Huh, curious. So an hour left, this could run up or fail to about 50. I don't think it's gonna fail. See you later, Poopy. I wonder if we see a huge dump into close. Again, seems unlikely. No, I don't play Call of Duty. I don't play any FPS games. I wonder if we see a huge dump into close. Probably not. Are you voting for ZOM or FSLR? Well put. Just not. I'm not. I don't think I'm a registered voter. Am I? Probably not. You must have gobs of political texts? No, none. No one's asked me for a single donation all year. New York isn't exactly a swing state. Not even fucking close. You only get that if you donated in the past. Imagine giving people in politics money. Yeah. I'd rather just give like a homeless dude money for drugs. You give the poorest Cornishon, they're not political incumbents. Maybe they are, we don't know. That's true. I suppose I could have accidentally given a politician money. Yeah, it goes on drugs. Oh, it's true. The homeless on drugs is actually RFK Jr. But there were no dead bears anywhere. So they ask you to round up at the grocery store. I don't do that either. SMCI call? I don't think SMCI would be all that affected by the election, right? I know. Ooh, big spike in vol. Shitty bulls. Do we have any numbers on voting yet? Or no? I do a lot of ratio spreads and calendars, like, well, diagonals and calendars and ratios on things that are just, like, trending. Like, strong, stable, trending stocks. Those are great. Especially, ratio spreads, because you can get, like, a really decent amount of leverage for not very much money. As long as your price targets are accurate, you don't get too greedy with them. Why is HE halted? I have no idea. Lean hogs? You're talking about Hawaiian Electric. Who knew DJT was the lead indicator for SPX dumps? It's not. News pending. There you go. Day's not over yet. Almost is. This doesn't look good. Bulls drop more of their leverage. It's like a little bit of support here, and if they lose this, it'll dump. Like back to 50, maybe lower, depending on how hard vol spikes. Thought I made him what I made, but F this long term. What? Oh, DJT? Day trading. I mean, ideally you scale up, right? You move from day trading to swing trading to just owning shit. I should do more swing trades and pickles picks. Maybe people will be better at managing them nowadays. People used to be so bad at managing them. Yeah, swing trades would be good. I stopped doing them because everyone would just like buy theta on something and be like, I've been profitable, and now I'm underwater, and I'm holding them. Yeah, but swing trading's not necessarily like less management. I mean, it is, but it still has to be managed, and that's the problem. Is people just want to buy the option and forget it exists. Diamond hands, duh. Yeah, yeah, that's no good. Do you put what you look for in an exit for swing trade? That's usually what trips me up. When I've done swing trades in the past, yeah, I usually have price targets. That's why I like leaps. Wait, are you the leap guy? I'm supposed to sell credit spreads as a consistent swing trade. Yeah, you can do that. No, half leap, half degen. There's like one guy in the Discord who only buys leaps. Like he was doing really bad managing pickles picks, and so he would just buy leaps on everything instead. Or like 180 plus DTE, I guess is more accurate. Yeah, yeah. Last I talked to him, he was doing good. He's still around, I think. Saw him the other day in there. I usually just look at the solar equinox dates, divide that by when Saturn crosses over the 85th horizontal to pick a direction for my swings. Then I buy a short dated call to hedge. Excellent. Swing trading's more capital intensive. You're going to invest more up front. The options are more expensive. Don't you need a lot of capital for leaps? I mean, not if you're buying like one a week. It depends what you're buying them on too. On SPX, yeah. What was the last like big swing trade we did? It's been a while. EPAM, maybe? When you say leaps, you mean like 7 DTE QQQ options, right? No. Yeah, I know when EPAM has earnings. Thoughts on the election? I don't really have any. I think both candidates economically are terrible choices. So they're whoever wins is getting handed a big bag of shit that they're going to be unable and probably unqualified to fix. Is this the bounce on Reddit you warned of? Yeah. IV on DJT options, good lord. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Leave Nuke alone, AJ. He's busy. Maybe SLB thoughts? I mean, I like AQN and SRF. SLB, it's oil dependent, so there's more risk in the energy sector. But I do have some. I think I have some shares of it still. I have Halliburton, which is similar. I should have paid a $10 put for DJT this morning, and I saw 600% IV, and I just gave up. Is that the secret? You guys are just sneaking around, buying options on dog shit companies and losing money. The same thing you were doing 3 years ago. Yeah, awesome. No, it doesn't look like covering. Probably just double topping because it always does. Has it been 5 days? Yeah. What will do take a pull between two restaurants they don't like? I need to talk to the SPX CEO. Why? An index of 500 dog shit companies. No. Nothing like buying at the money options is 600% IV, so you can spend $500 to scalp $30. I don't want to talk to you either, AJ. Hmm. I wonder if bulls could do it. They just have to push through the synth short at 57.80, right? Right, Nuke? Seems so easy. It's been 3 days, and I'm not a mega millionaire yet. Did you buy a mega millionaire ticket? Yeah? Oh. You have to push harder than you do to get a hemorrhoid. Those sound awful. I hope I never get one. I eat a lot of fiber and fiber supplements, so hopefully I won't have that problem. Also, bidet. I have 3? Ugh. It's like shitting out of Shai Halud's mouth. You've never had a hemorrhoid? No. What's fiber? Shit and plants. Nothing but beef and Cheerios here. Cheerios have fiber. Beef and hot dogs? I don't know. Cheese? Just like any dairy, pick a dairy product. Beef and yogurt. That's why you gotta keep your soluble and insoluble fiber balanced. Russell, my jimmies. Yeah, fiber doesn't make you have diarrhea, Nuke. I'm convinced that drinking only Fairlife chocolate milk would be a better diet than most people eat. People don't have good diets. That's why Ozempic is so popular. Indian restaurant that served beef? Huh. Interesting. A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. I have a good diet most of the time. The older you get, the more you better worry about it. I actually eat like mostly healthy food. I just only eat once a day. So I just get all my calories in the one meal that I remember to eat, and then I have no physical activity. Unless moving my mouse around counts. Intermittent slothing. I don't know if the one meal thing is bad. Oh, it is. It's very bad. You only eat once a day and you don't get hungry later that day. If I don't consciously remember to eat, I won't be hungry at all. It burns 10 calories per 1 hour scrolling memes. Exactly. Oh, I think I burn, well, I don't know what it is anymore, but when I was like in my late 20s, I burned like, I think it was like 1900 calories a day just doing nothing. I had it measured. It's probably way worse now. Sounds right. Yeah. You talk like you're 87 years old. I'm 95. How do you think I had time to read all those books that I tell you guys to read? You also don't sleep enough? Yes, I do. I sleep the perfect amount, 4 hours a night. I thought you were joking when you told us to read those books because you know we can't read. I actually, when I started this endeavor, I didn't realize so many people were illiterate. You're burning 2200 at your current weight? Oh, so I'm operating on like just break even. That's why I stopped gaining weight. I hit like 280, 285, and I was like, it's gonna keep going higher, and it hasn't for like the last year. It's just flatlined. I've plateaued. Genius life hack. I believe they call that peak physical shape. Yeah, you might not like it, but you sleep too much. No wonder you're low energy. Hmm. How's that rowing machine covered in dust? Was she getting one of those groin squeezers? A thigh master? Huh. I think he means a sex worker. Uh, I'd be walking all over the place in New York City. I actually had been walking the last couple weeks because I'm too lazy to go get groceries. And there's like something wrong with the Whole Foods by my house, and they won't deliver right now. And so if I want to eat my one meal a day, I have to go walk to it. And then I get finicky. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go to this place. And then I get there and I'm like, I don't want to eat here. And I just kind of wander around for a few hours until I find a place I do want to eat at. That seems like good exercise. Walk? Is New York City a third world country? No. It's just very walkable. It's scary how much you sound like me. Hmm. Doxed yourself again. Good luck, Brett. That's legitimately one of my favorite moves in the city. Yeah, like the other night, I went out and I was like, I'm gonna get a steak. And I got to the steak place, and there was like these two people arguing with the hostess about their reservation, and there were like six more people waiting for a table. And I was like, fuck this shit. And I went and ate dumplings. They were good dumplings too. Now a dim sum? Yeah. Okay, so there are more Whole Foods in Manhattan than in my entire state. Foiled again. What kind of dumpling? Oh, the Chinese kind. I got soup dumplings, and then I got some sort of chicken on a stick. Um, and I got uh the crystal shrimp dumplings, and I had a hot and sour soup. Shanghai Joe's? No, but similar. Do bulls have this? Not at all. They have to get it above the synthetic short, which is an 80. And it doesn't look like they're gonna do it. They're trying a little bit. They're selling the 70 put pretty hard. Cash only gets me every time. Yeah. Did you vote? Fuck no. I'm not gonna go stand in line and get RSV or COVID so I can vote for someone I don't care about. Also, I live in New York, so it doesn't fucking matter. I think New York's voted Republican since FDR. What, the shrimp dumplings? Also, I'm sick. I think Peanut may swing New York red. I doubt it. Would you vote if the winner was chosen by national popular vote? Yes. I also don't think states where nobody lives deserve to have two senators. If New York went red, what would happen? That's not happening. Only people who pay taxes should vote. Hmm. I think only people who do pay taxes vote. I don't pay taxes. Thanks, not the FBI. Thanks for sharing. DJ did a buy rate on DJT for the election. I hope he loses everything. Only landowners should vote. So banks? Speaking of places no one lives having senators, is there a reason DC has no senatorial representation? Yeah, because they don't want to add more Democratic districts to the Senate. It would upset the balance of power. It's all about our government's all about keeping everything exactly the way it is because it's the only thing they know how to operate. All right, well, know how to operate's maybe giving them too much credit. Where would the want this to close? Right here is fine. Or 50. Well, 55 ish. Let's go to 95. That'd be cool. No one should vote. Benevolent AI dictator run by NVIDIA. Greatest company of all time. I'm gonna need that $20 I lent you back. Wait, when did you lend me $20? I think you're thinking of Dork. Dork's running around with an extra $4 in his pocket today. He hasn't been back to the stream since I Venmoed him. He's fucking just nibbling at that chicken quesadilla all day long. Oh, there he is. What's up, man? Dork's big day out. Just nibbling. You want to give me a loan so I can collateralize my house and you can take it and build a shrimp farm? I don't know how shrimp grow in that climate. I didn't send Dork an options contract. Arctic shrimp? Oh shit. This is garbage. Ugh. I don't think they can do it. Yeah, they could technically squeeze this out all the way to like 5,800, but I don't think they have the balls. Ugh, the gamma, the slope of the gamma is so flat. God damn it. Can Bruce squeeze this all out to 5750? Yeah. I mean, they have a slight edge on charm here, but only down to like 5760, and then it's more supportive. There's still a lot of gamma out of the money, and plenty of delta. Well, 5780 is a little wonky, but the rest of the upside strikes have a decent amount of delta. Like I said, if they can push it through the synthetic short at 80, they can get a pretty big move out of squeezing that position off. The downside, kind of weak. I think we already tested it, honestly. SMCI makes components, sells the components to another company owned by the CEO's brother for assembly, then ships them back to SMCI. So there's another family member at another company. Oh, okay, yeah. Corporate inbreeding is why the auditor noped out, in my opinion. No, because Carvana wouldn't be able to publish quarterly reports at all if that were the case. Unless they're using those other companies to embezzle corporate funds, which is another story. Um, I'm guessing their costs are variable. Can we squeeze this? Oh, 50. NQ's got a little bit of support here. Ooh. That forward yield on vol is getting fucking spicy. Holy shit. Dork! Space. Hey man. Forward yield on vol's doing weird shit. Crashy stuff? Maybe. Yeah, I know I'm seeing the yields. Vol yield spicy. Mm-hmm. Even with VIX down today. That's interesting. Yes. I was told you were about to take your shirt off. Grim 2 lied to you. Fuck. Dear God. Are you good? No. Absolutely not. Ooh. Coconut's little head back up. You're gonna squeeze those 5780 synth longs? Shorts? Do it. Do it. Short the vol. Back to delta neutral before the election. Gamma neutral. Fuck it. Gamma neutral. New York is a petri dish. Where's gamma neutral? I don't know, like 58.20 or some shit. I have bear calls. I have calls. Just bull calls. I have calls. Probably. When DT puts kicked for tomorrow? I don't know. When did you buy them? What Tinder girl gave you this? It wasn't. It was just people, just crowds of people at places. I think. I probably got it in fucking Rhode Island. That stupid pumpkin park. Yeah, I know. It's not even a real island. It's not. Gherkin has pumpkin packs? Bulls ain't squeezing squat. Mm. They have roads, and they have islands, and they have roads on islands, but the state itself is not an island. Very misleading advertising. Yeah, it is. Do they have a Colossus? No. Not that I'm aware of. Children hang around pumpkin parks? It was all adults. It was all like drunk New England hillbillies. Just in their Patriots hats, drinking their lukewarm beer, milling about. You didn't anywhere good in Providence? That's an oxymoron. Not just breathing on me, breathing on everything. Come on, there's like two decent places. Did you go to Newport? I did. I did. Hold on. Speaking of Rhode Island, Anchor doesn't ship there because they think it's not part of the contiguous United States, but instead an actual island. That's awesome. Yeah, my buddy's house is in Newport. I wasn't there very long, but I would have rather have just gone out in Newport. I went to Newport a couple of weeks ago, and the valet called a motorist effing retard in perfect New England accent, and it made my whole trip. Rhode Island's great when it has power. I'm so bad at playing this absolute cumsack of a market the past couple months. Let's just stop trading SPX for a bit. All bets are off if we close above 5,800, though. Yeah, I'm getting bored with like I'm getting bored with indexes. I want to play some equities for a little while until this like awful vol environment breaks one way or the other, at least. I lived in California. I told my peeps my family was in Rhode Island. They asked how I got there by ferry. I said, "Have you seen a map?" Is your buddy at Vanderbilt? Does he own one of the big Bellevue mansions? I don't know. I think it's his mom's mansion. He has one too. I don't know. They're both rich. I don't know what they are. I don't think they're Vanderbilts, but that they have two extraordinarily stupid fucking houses out there. I know exactly zero people with mansions. It seems like you need to elevate your social circle, Jen. Could this begin dumping immediately after close? Or rocketing? They had an indoor pool and it was really warm. Like steamy warm. That was nice. No worries about shrinkage? From what? Oh, no. Cold pool. Yeah. Like a frightened turtle. That's probably just the body's like natural reaction to cold water so a fish doesn't bite your winky off. That's a theory. I mean, the dudes who got their dicks bitten off by fish didn't go on to breed. Their genes were removed from the pool. Let this become an aquatic ape theory stream. We're one step closer. What's up, Popcorn? James Cameron is James Cameron because James Cameron is James Cameron. Huh. Salacious. What would have to happen for you to consider fleeing the country? I don't know. Maybe if I'm just like bored one day. That'd probably be good enough to motivate me. Horse meat becomes fashionable. Yeah, yeah, that's a concern. Which tax haven would you prefer to flee to? Monaco, Cyprus. Those are the good ones. I'm not going to Ireland. Ew. Hogwarts. You got a problem with the Irish? Yeah, I'm Irish. That's the big one. What's yes, popcorn. Typical Catholic. I'm not ready. For what? Gherkin? Does Persia have an Persia doesn't exist anymore. My Winky may get fish bit. Oh. Just don't go noodling with your noodle, man. You'll be alright. Linux has extra space for you in Cyprus. Yeah, but I don't want his carding to empty out their weird Grecian toilet. I had a meeting with a customer today. Did you tell them to fuck off? You don't work there anymore? They panicked. Why? Was your quote too high? You know, popcorn trader, when I think of you, I just imagine Hank Hill, but selling people sheet metal. Sheet metal and sheet metal accessories. Yeah. I got there, they had some minor transit damage. Looked like it could be buffed out in 10 seconds. Oh, you went out there? What are you doing, man? I thought you sold the bag. I feel like you got a shit deal where you're like still working and responsible for things, but you have money that you want to spend, but you can't because you have to work every day. That's fair. Maybe you should have taken less money so you could just fuck off. Regardless of your political leaning, Americans, please go out and exercise your right to vote. The world, show the world you're a great country with democracy and freedom. What? Are we just making shit up today? Are we saying the Pledge of Allegiance? What's going on? Isn't he Canadian? Yes. Alright, Kenny, where's my 30 bip candle? Either side is fine. Bulls have 5 minutes to squeeze this synthetic short. And they're trying. They're trying to do it. And I believe in them. I am, but I care enough to run the risk of getting banned. That's fair. If you live in a swing state, you should definitely be voting. Or if there's like a question. But I'm not in a swing state. California is tricky, right? Because there's like a lot of hicks. I voted for the fish that bite wieners. Nice. So many hicks. New York have a vote on women's rights or anything? I don't think so. It's a thing for like minority and women owned business enterprises, film permits, and archive review boards. some sort of change to the State Bill of Rights, but there's no description here of what it is. Something about cleaning public property. $79.99 is my own personal max pay. For those who want to trade that, how many minutes do we have left? New York's voting's pretty simplified. It's like pick the most liberal option and that'll pass unless it gives too much money to poor people. Or increases taxes. Did Dork vote RFK Jr. even though he's not on the ballot? I don't know who Dork voted for. I voted for Dork. Ah, nice. I wrote in Gherkin, but a visual interpretation of him riding a dinosaur, but the danglet I drew the picture with jammed the machine, so not counts. It's almost like the election, the outcome of this election is priced in. I doubt it. Wait, can we gap up? All that fucking effort for 82? Really? Yeah, 4 seconds. Suck. Shit bulls. Anyway, I think the women in this country are angry. They probably should be. I'd be pissed if I was a female. I'm pissed about. Yeah. Yes, you would be. There he goes. Fuck you, Pine Script. Alright. Well, a little bit of bounce back today, up 123 BPS, slightly over the MM's expected move, but not yet at my predicted high for the week. Obviously, the election will have probably some major impact in the overnight session. I don't know how much impact it'll have, but some. Um, Volatility is also increasing, and contracts for tomorrow are massively overpriced. ES broke above the 5800 resistance, but failed to test 5820 so far. That's our next level of resistance that we're looking at for a reversal to form here. Then, yeah, we'd be looking probably out at 5850 above that. Commodities up slightly. Well, broad commodities down, but gold, precious metals up, oil up. I'm not actually sure what it fell on. Maybe agricultural commodities or something. I'll have to look into that. Dixie down 40 points today, continuing to price in the risk from the election on the dollar. However, yields for the better part of the day were up at the back end of the curve, although they did fall slightly after the auction. Failed to produce a tail. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month
really just continued to push down. So more dispersion coming in, but not aggressively. Leverage on the carry dropped both on the long and short end, but the forward yield on vol is pressuring higher, now at 12.43%, which is fairly significant and is going to increase the demand for volatility. And so, if we do get a rejection at any point off of the multitude of resistances that we're approaching to the upside, um, it could be fairly violent. Correlation turned back down pretty hard. However, bond volatility is continuing to rise. No big changes in skew, so those tail risk hedges that have been picked up are being held on to. 33% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. So still not a ton of breadth coming in to support all of this. And correlation between VIX, cash VIX is falling pretty rapidly. It's like a fairly steady decline, but the moves are fairly large. I think we've gone from, roughly 100% correlation back here to about 85, 82 now. Out on the weekly, not much of a change. So week over week, we're not seeing very big moves, but we are seeing a lot of shorter dated short vol coming in to stabilize against these supports that we're testing. Fed fund futures now pricing in 57 points of rate cuts by June of 2025. With 85% chance of the Fed raising rates at this upcoming November meeting. The 2 10-year spread moved down pretty hard today, from about 12% yesterday down to 9.4% today. And so we're starting to see a little bit of a move towards reinversion in the yield curve, but that might be a little bit of softening in the bear steepener as well. Yeah, when people's rights are threatened, they tend to do that. Well, yeah, because it's shitty. The erosion of rights is not a good thing, obviously. Identify as what? Nvidia closed as the world's biggest company. Oh shit. If it's so bad, why take them away? Well, people don't want other people to have things or choices or options because people are shitty. When are until first exit polling results? I think 2 hours, right? 6 o'clock? I think 6 o'clock is the first closed polls, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6 o'clock for Indiana and Kentucky. And then after that, it's like the rest of Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, New Hampshire, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And then 8 o'clock is like a bunch of states. I think New York comes in at 9, California at like 11 o'clock, something like that. FOMC is not tomorrow, it's Thursday, I believe. Nothing tomorrow. Tomorrow's pretty dead. I mean, the election, but I mean, as far as economic data goes, we don't have much going on tomorrow. I think like EIA estimates and like rig counts or some shit, and then or stock change, and then maybe some mortgage data. In the morning, we have German and EU PMIs, and we have EU PPI. So those could have some effect, especially um, if the election is decided by then, um, and some of that premium returns back to the dollar. Those could have a big swing. Um, I'd imagine if PPI is substantially lower, deflationary, or their composite PMIs are better or worse, that'll probably, because the euro's gained on the dollar pretty hard this week with the election. And it could definitely cede back a lot of those gains. Are you streaming the presidential earnings? No. All right, guys, go vote or whatever. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have